Monsters that die. Unearth is a physical area spell. If it kills a monster or hits a corpse, it summons a short-lived bone minion. Unearth. Cast Raise Zombie on a corpse to create a powerful zombie minion. Skeletal Frost Pain Offering. Hold down the button for Bone Storm. Vulnerability is a curse that reduces enemy armor. Hold down the button for Bone Storm to conjure a mass of bone spikes above you. Essence Drain is a projectile that cast Detonate Dead on a corpse to cause a Dark Effigy raises a Despair is skeletal Bone Offering. Hex Blast can be cast on cursed enemy. Soul Offering. Skeletal Hex Blast. Dark Effigy raises a totem that launches chaos projectiles at any enemies affected by chaos damage over time. Despair is a curse that makes your enemies more vulnerable to chaos damage. Cast Profane Ritual on a corpse to deal chaos damage over time to nearby enemies. Despair. Cast Profane Skeletal Enfeeble. Essence Drain. Monster. Hold down. Pain Off. Hold down. Vulnerability is a curse that reduces enemy armor. Use it on tough monsters that have this symbol. Armor is a stat that reduces incoming physical damage. Cast Profane Ritual on a corpse to deal chaos damage. Pain. Unearth is a physical area spell. If it kills a monster or hits a corpse, monsters that die while infected with contagion will spread the infection to nearby enemies. The damage of a
Now this won't cover up. Stick to the cards.
Sorry, I was just elsewhere. I've collected these over time. What do you think? I hope it helps. I will treasure it. Another for my collection. Thank you. Stay safe if you can.
didn't know this was on console.
Yes, sir. It came out the same time as PC, but I just barely got it. I was waiting to see if it was good, better than Diablo 4. I love it. My God. I just started. This is my second class. I felt like I messed up, so I started a whole nother witch.
This is known as a single event upset, a type of soft error. The error is soft because the device hasn't been damaged. Bit has changed, but you could erase it and rewrite it with no problems.
It's enjoyable.
Investigators exposed the chips to alpha emitters with different levels of activity. And just as you'd expect, they found the number of bit flips directly correlated with the number of alpha particles the chip
That's
exposed.
what I was gonna build was
The
a
reason this
monk,
problem was
but
identified in the 1970s
they don't have like a fist-to-fist monk. A monk that just uses his fucking hands. That's what I wanted. That's what I was hoping they would have in the beta, but they said they won't be adding that until the game actually comes out.
Published, it was widely circulated in the industry. As a result,
Alright.
chip
was
manufacturers
talking
were a
too
lot
much
more
now
careful
about
to
that.
avoid radioactive materials when producing their microchips and packaging. Therefore, the bit flip that gave Maria Vindevogel 4,096 extra votes wasn't caused by natural radioactivity in the computer. So, where did it come from? After Henri Becquerel discovered radioactivity with uranium in 1896, scientists sought a way to measure how radioactive were different materials.
Yeah, but as soon as they get they release the hand-to-hand combat stuff, where I can just use my fist as a monk, or I really wish they just give it to everybody. I feel like witches and sorcerers should be able to cast it with their hands too. Like maybe give us some gloves or like a bracelet or something. I don't know. I'm just kind of tired of using a wand and shit to cast spells in game. Just let me use my hand. Just let me punch somebody with some chaos in it. Almost like how Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3's monk, they just have a fist monk. Something like that. Or Diablo 3, I'm hearing, had a pretty good fist monk that just used his hands.
Have checked out about
He loaded electroscopes into the
I haven't. I'm hearing it's really bad.
In his first two flights, he observed.
Well, not really bad. I'm hearing mixed things. Some people are saying it's good, but then I don't know. Maybe not that it's good, but that it's not that bad.
For the next year, he
But no, I haven't played it myself
flights to an altitude of 50.
It looks really good. The character creation looks good too.
Here, he discovered something remarkable. While there was an initial
That's one good thing I have been seeing. People sharing their characters with the mushroom on his face and shit.
level increased with
I watched
altitude.
Shaq play it for hours.
His maximum height, the level of radiation was several times greater than it was on the ground. The radiation appeared to be coming not from the Earth,
For
but
like
from the
3 days
sky.
straight.
Hess scheduled one of his balloon flights during a solar eclipse.
Oh wow, it's that good.
As the moon
It's like a open world, you can do anything type of game, or what?
The readings were unaffected. Even with the sun.
If it's like Baldur's Gate,
the
I
level
might
of
have to try
radiation
it.
was the same. Since no influence of the eclipse on the penetrating radiation was noted, we conclude that even if a part of the radiation
Why does
should
it do
be of
that?
cosmic origin, it hardly emanates from the sun. Victor Hess had discovered cosmic rays, high-energy radiation from space.
Play this, but in first
But
person.
what were these rays exactly, and where were they coming from? Well, today we know
Yeah,
they
I have
aren't
to
electromagnetic
actually-
rays, as many suspected, but particles.
Even if I don't like
Around
it,
90% of
there's other
protons,
games that
9%
I've spent more
helium
money
nuclei,
on.
and 1% are heavier.
I might try it out.
Some of them are from the sun, but they have comparatively low energy. High-energy cosmic rays moving very close to the speed of light come from exploding stars, supernovae, in our own galaxy and in others. And the highest energy
Yeah, I think I
particles
probably will too.
come from
Maybe
black holes, including the supermassive
in a month or
black
so,
holes centers of
whenever
galaxies. But it's
I grind
hard to
out
pin down
PoE.
exactly where cosmic rays come from because it's charged particles.
that and Marvel Rivals. I'm
magnetic
stuck
fields
on
in
Marvel
space.
Rivals heavily.
So they could wind their way.
Because nobody
through the universe
plays
for
ranked
billions
enough to
of
keep up with
years.
me, so I end
A
up
cosmic ray detected
getting
on
high in
October
ranked and then
15th,
not playing because no
1991,
one wants to play.
energy of 51 joules. That is a single subatomic particle with the energy of a baseball going 100 kilometers per hour. For obvious reasons, it was dubbed the OMG particle. But primary cosmic rays like these don't make it down to Earth's surface. Instead, they collide with air molecules around 25 kilometers above
I'm
the ground.
hearing a lot of my other friends play that too.
These
Well, at
are
least two of them.
the particles like neutrons,
Yes, sir,
protons,
I will.
muons, electrons, positrons,
Oh yeah, I
and
love
photons,
Marvel.
which in turn collide with other air
I think it's my
molecules in
favorite
one
game right now.
long
And PoE is probably
So from a
second. But I just got
every
PoE.
cosmic ray comes a shower of particles streaming towards the Earth. It is one of these particles that investigators suspect struck the transistor in a computer in Belgium, flipping the 13th bit from a 0 to a 1, giving Maria Vindevogel 4,096 extra votes. But how often do things like this happen? In 1911, Charles
CS
Baldwin
Lotto,
was able to
CS
see the cosmic
Lotto.
rays all around us when he perfected his cloud chamber, an enclosure with supersaturated water or alcohol vapor. When a cosmic ray passes through the chamber, it ionizes the gas, causing vapor to condense into tiny droplets on the ions, revealing the path of the particle. Alpha particles, helium nuclei, leave short, thick tracks, while beta particles, electrons, leave long, skinny trails. In 1932, Carl Anderson identified a trail that looked like it was made by an electron, but in the applied magnetic field, it curved in the wrong direction, implying it had a positive charge.
God damn, motherfucker sitting on cash.
It's the first confirmed sighting of antimatter. 4 years later, also using a cloud chamber, he discovered the muon, again in cosmic rays. For his discovery of the positron, Anderson was awarded the Nobel
Shoot,
Prize
I'd
in
rather
Physics
have
in
500 than a
1946.
knife.
He shared the prize with Victor Hess, the man who discovered cosmic rays in the first place. Visible particles that affect our lives in ways most of us are oblivious to. This is possibly the rarest thing to ever happen in a video game. In 2013, user Dota Teabag was speedrunning Super Mario 64 on the console. In the level TikTok Clock, he suddenly upwarps onto a higher platform. What the? You get this wall? You say you got it. No, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen, though. The move shaves off a few seconds, and it seems like a newly discovered glitch in the game that could give speedrunners an edge. User PanCook12 put out a $1,000 bounty for anyone who could replicate the up. So far, after 6 years, no one has been able to.
I think Rainbow Six Siege is trying to do the same thing with their marketplace, but I don't think you can get actual money from
First
it.
fight Mario's height coordinate could have caused the effect.
At least not yet. It was in beta last time that I was listening.
To 0, it changes his vertical position. Just by chance, this new height coincides with the higher floor. PanCook12 wrote a script to manually flip the bit at the right moment, and was able to achieve the same upward. This is a particularly visible bit flip, but the truth is, cosmic rays are triggering bit flips all the time.
On Upset, they are trained that they're to alter the function of these devices, and we call that a single functional interrupt. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
kind of process.
I bet on fucking
To get my
table tennis.
on or whatnot.
When people see the blue screen of death, could that be caused by a cosmic ray?
Absolutely.
These days, there are a
Yeah,
number of ways
I
to get
played
resilient
Rainbow
in the
with
face of
Alizé like the other day,
error
but
correction from
he
CC.
just got rid of his PlayStation for a little bit, so
In
I ended up
1996,
deleting it.
IBM estimated that for each 256 megabytes of
And
RAM,
then the marketplace, it's pretty cool. They have everything already connected to the game as long as you have an account or connect your account.
Starting in 2009, we
But yeah,
have recalled
once I'll probably get into it once it's actually like CS:GO and you can make money. That's what I thought they were doing right off the bat. That's why I got into it, but it's just the in-game currency for now.
Many speculated that cosmic ray-induced bit flips in the electronic control system were the cause. So much so that NASA was called in to help with the investigation. But it turns out cosmic rays were probably not the culprit. NASA identified as the main causes sticky accelerator pedals, poorly fitted floor mats, and most commonly, drivers pushing on the accelerator thinking it was the brake. But cosmic rays have caused crashes of supercomputers, especially at higher elevations. Los Alamos National Labs, located 2,200 meters above sea level, is constantly dealing with neutron-induced supercomputer crashes. So the software autosaves frequently, and neutron detectors have been installed throughout the facility. If you go even higher, like climbing up to cruising altitude in a plane, you can see the radiation from cosmic rays increasing on a Geiger counter. 0.5 microsieverts per hour at 18,000 feet, up to 1 microsievert per hour at 23,000 feet, over 2 microsieverts per hour at 33,000 feet, and over 3 microsieverts per hour at even higher altitudes and towards the poles. At cruising altitude, this increases the chance of a single event upset by 10 to 30 times. This isn't critical if it happens in your laptop. What occurs in the flight pattern? On October 7, 2008, an Airbus A330 took off from Singapore to Perth. Just over 3 hours into the flight, the plane suddenly pitched down.
Oh shit, I don't have flash.
Inside the plane, everyone experienced negative 0.8 Gs of acceleration. It would have felt like the plane had flipped over.
The G-force was enough, even with our 3-point harness.
Nobody, just me. At least not yet.
Minutes later, the plane dropped another 120 meters. 119 people on board were injured, many from bumping their heads into the ceiling. So the pilots decided to make an emergency landing in Learmonth. In the investigation that followed, the fault seemed to occur with the first air data inertial reference to, or ADIRU for short. This computer supplies critical data like airspeed, angle of attack, altitude. The way it supplies each of these pieces of information is in a 32-bit binary word. The first 8 bits identify the type of information.
That's illegal.
And bits 11 to 29 encode the actual data. What seems to have happened is that a bit flip in the first 8 bits meant altitude information was mislabeled as angle of attack information. Inside the cockpit, alarms went on for overspeed and stall simultaneously, something that should be impossible. But the plane nosed down sharply to correct what it thought was a stall, throwing passengers and crew into the ceiling. Investigators looked into software bugs, software corruption, a hardware fail, physical environment factors, and electromagnetic interference. But each of these possibilities was found to be unlikely based on multiple sources of evidence. The other potential triggering event was a single event effect resulting from a high-energy atmospheric particle striking one of the integrated circuits within the CPU module. One of the challenges with single-event upsets is that they are soft errors. They don't leave a trace. But interestingly, the Airbus A330 was built in 1992. There were no specific regulatory or aircraft manufacturer requirements for airborne systems to be resilient to single-event effects. With the space shuttle, redundancy was built in from the start. For navigation and control, there were 4 computers simultaneously running identical software. If one computer had a soft error, the other 3 would overrule it. Using this setup, they could also track the frequency of bit flips. On one 5-day mission, STS-48, there were 161 separate bit flips. Above the atmosphere, cosmic rays are so energetic, sometimes you can see them.
Once in a while, you have your eyes closed and you're not asleep yet. And if you wait a little while, you occasionally will see a flash of light. And we think it is heavy particles or individual bursts of energy coming from radiation that are either going through the eyeball itself or going through the optic nerve. And the way that your body registers radiation going through it is amazingly enough by showing you a little flash in one of your eyes, just to remind you that you are subject to the radiation of not only our sun, but every star of the universe that's radiating at you. I picture back to the first astronauts who must have closed their eyes and seen that radiation and going, I'm not going to tell anybody about this because no one's told me about it. I'm not. I can just imagine the first 2 guys that said, hey, I see flashes of light. Do you see flashes of light? And then, oh, we all see flashes of light. Oh, okay. Well, that's all right then.
For missions to other planets, protecting electronics is critical.
If a single bit of information controls a critical function on your spacecraft, let's say your thrusters, and that goes from a 1 to a 0, from a on to off, or vice versa, you could lose the mission.
That's why the computer on the Perseverance rover that just landed on Mars is 20 years old. It's a PowerPC launched in 2001 with only 256 megabytes of RAM and 2 gigabytes of flash storage. But it is radiation hardened, meaning the design, materials, circuits, and software are built to withstand 40 times the radiation of an ordinary computer. It's been used on over a dozen space missions going back to 2005.
In fact, when we first started doing the PowerPC testing years ago, the way we did it, we just simply stuck an operating system processor in a beamline where we generate these particles on the planet and look for blue screens of death. You can kind of figure out what's going wrong and try to undo that so you don't get to the blue screen of death, because a spacecraft that gets into that mode is basically unrecoverable.
Beautiful.
As the Voyager 1 spacecraft departed the solar system, one of the ways we could tell was by an increase in the flux of cosmic rays it experienced. Although on Earth the particles streaming from the sun and the solar wind are a source of radiation, further out, these same particles maintain a protective bubble, the heliosphere. It helps deflect and slow cosmic rays from interstellar space, protecting the solar system from ionizing radiation. But the sun has an 11-year activity cycle, so this protection fluctuates. The flux of cosmic rays on Earth is much lower when the sun is active than when it's dormant. In the history of our planet, cosmic rays may have played an even larger role, flipping bits not in electronics, but in the genetic codes of living organisms, providing some of the variation on which natural selection acts. Maria Vindevogel is now a member of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, elected by people, not a particle. But her story is a reminder of the zillions of particles winding their way through the universe for millions or billions of years, one of which might, at any moment, change your life by passing through a tiny transistor. Discovering the origin of cosmic rays, or where 4,096 extra votes came from, or how to protect the Mars rover from radiation requires problem solving, which is a perishable skill. And the best way to keep your problem-solving skills sharp is to solve a diverse range of problems, which you can do with the sponsor of this video, Brilliant. Brilliant is a website and app that teaches you STEM concepts in an interactive way. It courses on topics from applied computer science to special relativity. 2 courses I would recommend if you enjoyed this video are computer memory and algorithm fundamentals. Brilliant really upped their interactivity recently. So instead of reading about algorithms, you're taught how to write algorithms yourself. Brilliant engages you in active learning. Instead of telling you the right answer, they allow you to figure it out for yourself, with plenty of helpful hints and guidance along the way. And for viewers of this channel, Brilliant is offering 20% off an annual subscription to the first 200 people to sign up. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. I'll put that link down in the description. So I want to thank Brilliant for supporting Veritasium, and I want to thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by KiwiCo. More about them at the end of the show. This is a picture of the supermassive black hole at the center of our Milky Way galaxy, known as Sagittarius A star. The black hole itself doesn't emit light, so what we're seeing is the hot plasma swirling around it. This is only the second picture of a black hole ever. It was taken by the Event Horizon Telescope collaboration, the same people who brought you this image of the supermassive black hole at the center of galaxy M87. Now, their original plan was to image Sagittarius A star first. Since it's in our own galaxy, it is 2,000 times closer than M87 star. But it's also over 1,000 times smaller. So from Earth, it appears only slightly larger than M87 star. And there are a number of additional challenges to observing it. First of all, there is a lot of dust and gas between us and the center of our galaxy, so you can't even see it with visible light. In this video from the European Southern Observatory, we zoom in on our galaxy's core. As we get closer and closer, at some point we have to switch over to infrared light, which can better penetrate the debris, allowing us to see it from Earth. Over the past 3 decades, we've been able to peer into the heart of the Milky Way and witness something truly amazing. A collection of stars zipping around on all kinds of eccentric orbits. They go incredibly fast. One of the stars was clocked going 24 million meters per second. That's 8% the speed of light. All these stars appear to be orbiting something incredibly massive and compact. But this object isn't glowing brightly like a star. If you watch closely, you can see it flicker now and then. This is what we believe to be a supermassive black hole. From the motion of the stars around it, we can infer that the black hole's mass is about 4 million times that of our sun, but all crammed down into a tiny point, the singularity. Anything, including light, that comes within a Schwarzschild radius of this point can't escape and ends up in the singularity. So for us to see any radiation from the black hole, it must come from further out than this, usually from superheated plasma as it falls in. But for its size, Sagittarius A star doesn't consume much matter. It's unusually quiet and dark. The supermassive black hole at the center of M87, in contrast, is much more active, gobbling up matter from its accretion disk. Plus, since it's over 1,000 times bigger, it takes 1,000 times longer for objects to orbit it. That means, from Earth, its appearance over time is more consistent, in contrast to Sagittarius A star, where things can change on the order of minutes. These visualizations are from Luciano Rizzola and colleagues at Goethe University Frankfurt. But the biggest challenge of all in making an image of either supermassive black hole is that these objects are so compact and so far from Earth, in the sky they appear very, very tiny. To get a sense of just how tiny, take the whole sky and divide it into 180 degrees. The Andromeda galaxy spans about 3 degrees. Then divide 1 degree into 60 arc minutes. And 1 arc minute into 60 arc seconds. Divide an arc second into 100. Into 100 again. And into 100 once more. And this is the size of the black holes on the sky. It's equivalent to taking a picture of a donut on the moon. Now, there is no optical telescope on Earth that could produce such an image. So in this video, I want to answer 2 questions. How did they do it? And what are we actually looking at? So starting with, how did they make these images of black holes? Well, the first thing to know is they weren't made with visible light. They were made using radio waves with a wavelength of 1.3 millimeters. So all the observations were taken by radio telescopes, which essentially look like huge satellite dishes. When a source emits radio waves, they travel out radially in all directions. But Earth is so far away that by the time they reach our planet, the wavefronts are almost completely flat and parallel. This is known as a plane wave. A radio telescope works by scanning back and forth across the sky. When it is pointed directly at a radio source, it produces a bright spot. That's because all the radio waves travel the same distance, bounce off the dish, and are received at the same time. So they are in phase, meaning peaks line up with peaks and troughs with troughs. They constructively interfere. As the telescope moves past the source, some of the radio waves now travel farther than others. Therefore, they meet up out of phase, destructively interfere, and the intensity of the signal drops to 0. To make a sharp image, you want this drop-off to be as steep as possible. So the telescope produces peak intensity only when aimed directly at the source, and then the intensity drops rapidly when the dish is moved just a tiny bit in any direction. There are 2 ways of achieving this. One is to observe higher frequency radio waves. That way, any slight movement of the telescope represents a greater fraction of a wavelength. this destructive interference to occur sooner. The other way is to increase the diameter of the telescope. This increases the difference in path length between radio waves on opposite sides of the telescope for a given angular adjustment. How narrowly a telescope can identify the source of radio waves is known as its angular resolution. You can think of it as the size of the spot on the sky that the telescope is sensitive to. It is proportional to wavelength and inversely proportional to the diameter of the telescope. The challenge with making a picture of a black hole is that you're trying to see the structure in a tiny area of the sky. Imagine scanning a radio telescope across the center of a black hole. You would want to see the bright spot as the telescope passes over the left edge, and the dark spot, and then another bright spot as it passes the right edge. The problem is, for any individual radio telescope on Earth, the angular resolution is too large. So as it passes over the black hole, it would still be receiving radio waves from the left side as it begins receiving radio waves from the right side. The resolution isn't high enough to tell if there's a ring structure there, as we'd expect with a black hole, or if it's just a blob. Observing at shorter wavelengths isn't really an option, because that light is blocked either by our atmosphere or by the matter around the black hole. So if you want to improve resolution, the only way you can do it is by increasing the diameter of the telescope. But if you actually do the calculation, you find that the telescope you need would have to be the size of the Earth in order to see the ring of a black hole, which is obviously impossible. But there is a way to do something that's almost as good. You don't need a complete dish the size of the Earth, just pieces of it, individual radio telescopes that are separated by distances up to the Earth's diameter. As long as you can properly combine the signals from all these distant telescopes, you get the constructive and destructive interference required to achieve the same angular resolution as an Earth-sized dish. This technique is called very long baseline interferometry. So the Event Horizon Telescope is not just one telescope, but a global network of radio observatories. All these telescopes observe Sagittarius A star at the same time. Unlike a single telescope, you can't bounce all the radio waves to a central receiver and add them up in real time. So instead, each telescope reports the signal at its location and the exact time down to the femtosecond. Petabytes of data are generated. But now that data needs to be brought together. The fastest way to do it was actually to carry hard drives as hand luggage to centralized locations. Now, think about the data we've got. Electrical signals and precise timings from a number of radio telescopes around the world. But none of those radio telescopes has enough angular resolution to see the ring of the black hole. So how do you combine that data and get finer detail than any of the inputs? Well, there is additional information in the relative distances between these telescopes and in the time delays between when a wavefront hits one telescope relative to the others. Imagine combining the signals from two distant telescopes. Let's say they both received the same wave at the same time, so those waves were coming in phase. Well, then the source must have been located directly between them. The radio waves would have traveled the same distance to each telescope to arrive at the same time. Except with just two telescopes, that only narrows it down to a line in the sky that is equidistant from both telescopes. The source could have been anywhere on that line. And it's actually worse than that. It's possible that the source could be exactly one wavelength closer to one of the telescopes, and that way the radio waves would still arrive perfectly in phase. Or the difference could be 2 or 3 or 4 wavelengths. You get the point. So from one pair of telescopes, the information we get about the source is actually a series of bright and dark fringes. Telescopes that are close together produce wide fringes, while those that are far apart produce narrow fringes. So to make an image, you need pairs of telescopes at all different orientations and different distances apart. Each pair makes a different interference pattern. And then by combining all these patterns, we get an image of the black hole which created. But now that we have this picture, what exactly is it showing us? Well, this is how I explained it when the first image of a black hole was released. So here is my mock black hole of science. And this sphere represents the event horizon. Once you're inside here, there's no coming back, not even for light. The radius of the event horizon is known as the Schwarzschild radius. If we were just to look at a black hole with nothing around it, we would not be able to make an image like this because, well, it would just absorb all electromagnetic radiation that falls on it. But the black hole that they're looking at has matter around it in an accretion disk. In this accretion disk, there is dust and gas swirling around here very chaotically. It's incredibly hot. We're talking millions of degrees, and it's going really fast, a significant fraction of the speed of light. And it's this matter that the black hole feeds off and gets bigger and bigger over time. We will notice that the accretion disk does not extend all the way into the event horizon. Why is that? Well, that's because there is an innermost stable circular orbit. And for matter around a non-spinning black hole, that orbit is at 3 Schwarzschild radii. Now, in all likelihood, the black hole at the center of our galaxy will be spinning, but for simplicity, I'm just considering the non-spinning case. You can see my video on spinning black holes if you want to find out more about that. So this is the innermost orbit for matter going around a black hole. If it goes inside this orbit, it very quickly goes into the center of the black hole, and we never hear from it again. But there is something that can orbit closer to the black hole, and that is light. Because light has no mass, it can actually orbit at 1.5 Schwarzschild radii. Now here I'm representing it with a ring, but really this could be in any orientation. So it's a sphere of photon orbits. And if you were standing there, of course you could never go there, but if you could look forward and actually see the back of your head, because the photons could go around and complete that orbit. Now the photon sphere is an unstable orbit, meaning eventually either the photons have to spiral into the singularity or spiral out and head off to infinity. Now the question I want to answer is, what does this black quote-unquote shadow in the image correspond to in this picture of what's actually going on around the black hole? Is it the event horizon? Are we simply looking at this? Or is it the photon sphere or the innermost stable circular orbit? Well, things are complicated. And the reason is this black hole warps space-time around it, which changes the path of light rays, so they don't just go in straight lines like we normally imagine that they do. I mean, they are going in straight lines, but space-time's curved, so yeah, they go in curves. So the best way to think of this is maybe to imagine parallel light rays coming in from the observer and striking this geometry here. Of course, if the parallel light rays cross the event horizon, we'll never see them again, so they're gone. That will definitely be a dark region. But if a light ray comes in just above the event horizon, it too will get bent and end up crossing the event horizon. It ends up in the black hole. Even a light ray coming in the same distance away as the photon sphere will end up getting warped into the black hole and curving across the event horizon. So in order for you to get a parallel ray which does not end up in the black hole, you actually have to go out 2.6 radii away. If a light ray comes in 2.6 Schwarzschild radii away, it will just graze the photon sphere at its closest approach, and then it will go off to infinity. And so the resulting shadow that we get looks like this. It is 2.6 times bigger than the event horizon. You say, what are we really looking at here? What is this shadow? Well, in the center of it is the event horizon. It maps pretty cleanly onto the center of this shadow. But if you think about it, light rays going above or below also end up crossing the event horizon just on the back side. So in fact, what we get is the whole back side of the event horizon mapped onto a ring on this shadow. So looking from our one point in space at the black hole, we actually get to see the entirety of the black hole's event horizon. I mean, maybe it's silly to talk about seeing it because it's completely black. But that really is where the points would map to on this shadow. It gets weirder than that. Because the light can come in and go around the back and, say, get absorbed in the front, you get another image of the entire horizon next to that, and another annular ring, and then another one after that, and another one after that, and you get basically infinite images of the event horizon as you approach the edge of this shadow. So what is the first light that we can see? It is those light rays that come in at just such an angle that they graze the photon sphere and then end up at our telescopes. And they produce a shadow which is 2.6 times the size of the event horizon. So this is roughly what we'd see if we happen to be looking perpendicular to the accretion disk. But more likely, we will be looking at some sort of random angle to the accretion disk. We may be even looking edge on. And in that case, do we see this shadow of the black hole? You might think that we wouldn't. But the truth is, because of the way the black hole warps space-time and bends light rays, we actually see the back of the accretion disk. The way it works is light rays coming off the accretion disk bend over the top and end up coming to our telescopes. So what we end up seeing is something that looks like that. Similarly, light from the bottom of the accretion disk comes underneath, gets bent underneath the black hole, and comes towards us like that. And this is where we get an image.
Hey, welcome back to the Papa B channel. How you doing? Coming in and sit down today, we are talking about a good portion of you just cried. You threw up, maybe pissed your pants a little bit. But we're also going to talk about maybe some little nasty tenants, little parasites called squatters. Some people look at those as freedom fighters. Landlords and squatters, two groups that are constantly at odds with each other, even more than cyclists and car drivers. Think of that pile of farms, right? But a squatter, for people who don't know, is essentially someone who occupies a piece of land that doesn't belong to them. In the process, they can utilize squatters' rights and attempt to permanently take over the property for themselves.
You're a loser. You cannot do anything because the police said they would investigate it within a week so they would come back to us. So as far as that, you have to leave.
Pretty funny if, the landlord is like a slumlord and he's a dickhead. Also funny if you're just like, this is just some extra revenue for me. This is my grandma's house. Please don't live here. Squatters' rights state that these people may be able to take over a piece of property through adverse possession. They can legally own a property given that they live there for an extended period of time. Upkeep the property, pay taxes, as well as many other stipulations. There are benefits to these laws, like allowing unused properties not to be wasted, especially today, where everyone is encouraged to buy up as much property as you possibly can to get rich, right? That's where the slumlords come from. People price gouging and raising stuff out, gentrification, and pushing people out of areas. At least this way, if it's a shitty building and someone wants to live there, you can let them live there, dude. Kicking out a squatter can end up becoming a stressful and lengthy legal process. For some landlords that have multiple properties, this drives them crazy. Sandwich.
In 6 months, you're not going to be in landlord. 5 months.
But that's not to say that we should feel bad for all landlords. God, we should feel bad for barely any landlords. Because many of them are downright evil.
New report shows how much rent prices increased across Los Angeles.
The housing crisis has long been an issue in Los Angeles thanks to expensive rent in the wake of two of the most destructive fires in state history, a spike in rent gouging across LA County.
Even this year, it was discovered that LA property owners began spiking up their rent to take advantage of desperate people who just had their homes destroyed in wildfires. You like that? But landlords have also begun to take to the internet and become influencers themselves, landlord influencers.
That's the 14,000 is going to get you in San Antonio, Texas. That's a speed door sign. Hey, here we go. See the big beautiful yellow door right there. I don't know why they did that. What they did.
Or on TikTok, it's called hashtag property talk. Nowadays, there are tons of landlord influencers that give us a peek into their day-to-day lives while flexing their wealth and pushing their online forces. When you yell, if you're a rich man, you got to put it in a
Buy on how they can become rich. And that's how they make their money. That's how they become wealthy, is because the people that don't the secrets will
really probably like a 12-year-old kid from Illinois who uploaded a video that broke down, like how owning property works or something. Basically, they want to sell you the idea that you need to buy tons of property and become a landlord to live a good life, have that secure, passive income life, right?
So here's what anchor I have right now until tomorrow.
Because I have you can it's not, literally, I mean, you hit this place a couple times. Here, try it.
Let the properties work for you. That's what I would say.
What?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna try it, but no.
You gotta get property. You gotta invest into property. Which instead of just being like, why don't you invest into a home for yourself? They're like, why don't you go in on an apartment complex? I'm like, what the? Well, I know about doing that. All of these people that participate in this kind of content are absolute garbage scum. Like my boy Samuel Lee, a landlord influencer who makes videos like this one where he easily explains how you can convert multiple rooms in a house, including bathrooms, mind you, into bedrooms in order to hike up the price astronomically.
I told you to taste it.
Walking through a two-bedroom house and you're just like, this is my boy Samuel Lee agrees. Check this one out.
What I'm standing in Huddersfield, these houses, my house, about £1,000 a month. Big houses. I think they're the next 6 years, you've got to move on that.
You've been in, man. You were out. Right. I've been big time, huh? Want to do more?
Yeah, what's that? Making uniforms stuff?
Come on, hurry up. Stressing me out at this point.
Looks like he's made of butter. Doesn't he? This is the kind of guy that I wish. I just want to see a video of him, like just some guy.
It's 900. Each one is 90.
He was still talking. He's like, okay, so what? That doesn't mean that I can't go out and come up these roofs. I get a house. Basically, like 6 bedrooms, like a little in the basement. I couldn't call them bedrooms. Ceiling was too short. Yeah, because it would be like a hobbit was living there. Yeah, I've had to rent a house like that. It's 3 bedrooms, and me and my wife were all excited.
No.
We can each have like our bedroom, and then you'll have like a little art room, and I'll have an art room. Went downstairs, and I was like, and she was like, oh, I'm shorter than you, and I'm like, I don't want you to be here at this hovel. Other influencers will record themselves calling their tenants to reveal that they are massively raising their rent. In this case, from $1,200 to $2,200. Isn't that fun? Isn't that great? I love that I get to watch somebody do this, and they're all giddy doing it. House, pretty low price, today's market. I wanted to see if you want to stay there. I would want you to stay, but we'd have to raise the rent. The houses in that area going from 2,500 to the lower end of 2,200.
More than I had.
I got also the emojis and he's like smiling while doing this thing. Like she's like, I've been here 10 years. And he's like, oh, good. Once again, dude. Ugh. So today I thought we'd look at some particularly wild squatting stories. Maybe get Bloodborne. Before diving into some of the most insane landlords you've ever seen.
My face. Like how? Oh, this is harassment.
We manipulated people like showing the squatters and being like, every landlord. It's interesting. I particularly, if I was in the house and I was just like, I got another house and I found out that people walking there. I think I'd enjoy that. But also giggling and calling people on the phone, having to raise your rent. I got a lot of that. Things are illegal. But first, before we get into the juicy landlord stuff, let's talk about squatter stories. We can talk about a squatter who moved into a home and sold it for £540,000. A squatter from London named Keith Best was doing a painting job in his neighborhood when he spotted a large, broken-down, abandoned flat in East London in 19. The house had belonged to Colin Curtis after it was given to him by his mother Doris when she died. Curtis eventually inherited another property and moved out in 1996, simply abandoning it without ever coming back to check on it. Which maybe that's how they do things, and they do. He fully began his renovation, seeking £150,000 into the property out of pocket, despite not even owning it. He admitted in the first possession claim, but having to do so only weeks after it was criminalized. The
The Curtis family discovered what he was doing, which began a lengthy legal battle over who owned the property. By the end, Stephen spent £400,000 in legal fees, as well as £245,000 to Doris's granddaughter as compensation. Okay, first off, where's he getting this money from? Because Doris was an old retired woman, he was under harsh ridicule. He told reporters, "Although betrayed as a thief, who cheated an old man out of his home, but that's not true. The whole thing has been a nightmare. It affected me health. It cost me a lot of money. I've never made anything from this. And it's been made out that I robbed a pensioner. I have not made a profit." The negative press led him to losing his job while having to return to court 8 times after failing to settle the dispute with the family peacefully. The stress was so great, according to Steve, that it led to the mental decline and the eventual death to his mother. It killed me, Mom. She told me the effect it had, it was having on me. It was awful. I regret the impact it had on my health, and I didn't make any money from it. He's like, "I killed my mom, and I also didn't make a single dime." It was only in 2014 when the decision to criminalize adverse possession was overruled and he was finally successful in gaining ownership. That motherfucker was made 20. Curtis attempted to counterclaim, but failed and eventually died in 2018. Curtis couldn't hold it. He recently sold the home for £540,000 and retired, now residing in a large home. "I did not make it on." With also $540,000, he still didn't even, actually still didn't. I lost money on it. With the court fees and everything else, he just told it, he's like, "Even Steven." He's just waiting for Curtis to die. He said, "I'm going to take to the talking, right?" Or we could talk about a homeowner who was taken to jail. In 2024, a woman from Clayton County was arrested after her home was taken over by alleged squatters. A woman named Hale had one day discovered a woman named Sacagawea Johnson inside her home. But when she called the police, they refused to have her removed. Under the Georgia Squatter Reform Act, she did qualify as a squatter because she was related to the partner of a tenant who was recently evicted from the property. She even had a signed order that denied that she was a squatter. What followed was a several-month-long court case that eventually ended in Hale's favor 3 months later. However, she found herself in more trouble when it was time to reclaim her property. Hale planned to clean the house now that it would soon belong to her, only to find that the locks were all broken. Soon, Sacagawea and a man she brought with her had forced their way into the house. When cops arrived, they deemed Hale's action as an illegal eviction. She was forcibly removing items that belonged to Sacagawea, even going to court to yell. My God. Because Hale had not yet received the proper documents to legally evict a tenant, she was charged with criminal trespassing and a misdemeanor count of terroristic threats. Hale was thrown into a police car and forced to stay the night in prison. Eventually, she was able to successfully reclaim.
Because I messed up my veins, I'm trying to decide her, and I'm doing what I can.
Because we're in California. Because the thing was, is the house actually that happened on the foreclosure letter got sent to the tenant, and they opened the mail. People, we're not going to pay. We just left the house. That was ridiculous. And my parents were like, Today's video is sponsored by Hungry Root. If you wanted a personal shopper for groceries or nutritionists nearby telling you what to eat, I know I do. But now you can have both with Hungry Root. They make it super easy to eat high-quality, nutritious food and achieve your health goals. If you're looking for anti-inflammatory, gut-friendly, gluten-free, or dairy-free, all you've got to do is let Hungry Root know. And they will fill your cart with personalized recommendations that only get better with time. They ask you a bunch of questions like, what do you like to eat? How much do you like to spend per week? And then they can begin recommending things that fit your life. You should be trying to eat healthy. It can be easy to know what to leave out, but sometimes it's just as hard to find what you should be. That's why I'm using Hungry Root to help me steer me towards meals that will keep me on my health goals. Hungry Root has over 15,000 recipes to share, so there's something for everyone. Plus, all of Hungry Root's recipes can be made in just 15 minutes or less. Take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box. Oh, nice. Click the link below or go to HungryRoot.com and use code HOPPERMEAT. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life at HungryRoot.com with code HOPPERMEAT.
Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video.
Now let's take a look at one of the most historic cases of squatting, which took place in 1969. A group of organized hippies created the London Street Commons after taking over 100-room mansions at 114 Piccadilly in London Square. It happened during a time of radical politics fueled by a decade of rock and an anti-establishment sentiment. And on top of this, there was a housing shortage after World War II that made it incredibly hard to find shelter. Many of the remaining buildings were left vacant by property owners waiting towards development value. Plus broken buildings from the war, and there was like fucking, and then whenever the actually starts to spike, that's when I started. How much more? The group's reasoning behind the attack was to show the world that the city doesn't get to just belong to the rich people in power. I mean, that's just, the group stormed the building, put up barricades, and even installed a homemade drawbridge over a dry moat in order to keep unwanted visitors at bay. It was renamed Hippy Dilly. Honestly, dude, creating a drawbridge. I want a drawbridge. What do I have to do to get a drawbridge in my life, dude? You probably can't be that one. Right? You're not a big, crazy one, but just like a little chain gets from Home Depot or something. Hordes of hippies, drug dealers, runaways, and more began living in the building. It was still poverty, but they had to host house meetings and give people jobs, like Jack the local restaurants and catering companies. Sympathetic to the cause. They also feed all of these people. Basically became a homeless shelter. The place became a media sensation to the point where some celebrities would show up, take pictures, and attempt to be seen as their Mick Jagger was fascinating. Oi! He's on the really gives it to him, eh? Many were outraged by their actions, and protesters began chanting things like, monkeys get back to the zoo. Those who tried to get into the property were met by members of Hell's Angels, who aided them with security to return for housing. Hell's Angels I guess they fly over with their motorcycles, so I can imagine they're on the inside the plane. We got to They refused to comply with eviction notices, and it only took 3 weeks before the entire mansion was raided by police officers. They gained access by having a few officers trigger security into thinking they wanted to help an ill pregnant woman inside. Only to send in 200 more officers. There's a pregnant lady in there who needs help. Oh, really? They started chucking iron bars, wooden planks, and other items around the house at the officers, but it was all shut down fairly quickly. There were a few arrests, but the majority of the residents went without pushback. Just get out of here. Nobody will get out of this home. This has been ignited squatters movement that continues for many, many years. All 7, all 8, all. But then we have landlords. Let's just say landlords, yes, the lack of human entity that goes into the business of that. But we can also talk about a landlord who gave his tenant rent poisoning. Yeah, in 2024, pretty recently, a property management company named Lamore rented out apartments in Brooklyn, New York that led to young children getting lead poisoning. Students were interested in the property after being lied to about their condition. Fast forward to when they moved in, the tenants were met with leaks, mold, rodent infestation, elevated levels of lead from paint, mold again, and water leaks. The pictures are. And in the end, 130 young children tested positive for elevated blood lead levels since 2012. Apparently, this is one of the many cases where the company had screwed its tenants over with their living conditions, reaching housing violations of over 30,000. In court, they were forced to pay $6.5 million in settlements, a relief that is considered historic for a case of this kind. $3 million of that settlement would go directly to the tenants impacted. At least it ends on a relatively healthy note. I will say, to be in this position where you're just like, okay, fine, I'll sign the lease. And to show up and you're just like, well, I mean, I can't afford anything else. Especially, how the hell could that happen? A beautiful city like New York. A beautiful, super clean city like New York. Brooklyn, mind you. Let's start talking about some of the tenants, y'all. This headline is supposed to be, I think, shocking, but at the same time, after all we've read so far, it makes me just be like, sweet. Tenant take revenge, blows up apartment. It's cool if no one else gets hurt, otherwise that's a bit of an overreaction. In 2022, a man in his 30s was due to be evicted by his landlord. He knew it was coming, he was so infuriated about it that he purposely set up a gas explosion to blow up his apartment. Scratch what I said. Scratch what I said about the, it's cool if no one else gets hurt. I was just kidding about that, okay? The entire roof was blown off the building, sending debris down the street and causing neighbors to be evacuated. Nobody was injured, and the man is now in custody. All right, don't do that. I feel like I should really clarify. I'm Josh, all right? Or we can talk about the tenant who was living in the cellar of a building dies in a fire. In 2019, a 32-year-old man named Philip Sheridan died in a fire that spread throughout his converted basement in Lee. It was discovered that Umrah Shahid, the landlord, did little to keep the property suitable for human habitation. The cellar only had one entrance with a faulty handle that was already partly blocked by a stove. You have to jiggle it. You have to jiggle it. I need my shoes. It's like, I can't. He's like, sorry. I do stove it. There was no fire alarm or smoke detector either. I couldn't set it up. I couldn't even bother. You'll smell the smoke. You'll wake up and run. It'll be fine. source of the fire that killed Philip was the stove itself, so he had to run through the fire just to save himself. He ended up suffering severe burns all over his body before falling to the floor outside of the building, passing away after a short time in the hospital. It was clear that everything that happened was 100% avoidable, and Shahid was arrested and given a 13-month prison sentence. That's it? 13 months? I get like a little over a year, Shahid. 13 months. What of the Weber group? What happened with my Weber stove? I get burned up. Huh. Put it forward to my head. Oh, we can talk about my boy Daniel Ohib Shalom. There's no way I'm saying that. How do you say that?
Daniel Ohib Shalom.
That is in New York City, maybe. Ohib Shalom. I do not think I'm saying that. Daniel Ohib Shalom is infamously known as one of the worst landlords in New York City for years of neglect given to his property.
Daniel Ohib Shalom's apartments are notorious for its deplorable conditions.
He already has a reputation. Daniel Ohib Shalom, they're just like, oh, dude. It was so bad that he was given jail time after accruing 700-plus housing violations on top of harassing tenants constantly. I hate this motherfucker. He refused to make repairs to the point that the doors no longer had working locks and the walls themselves were falling apart. You can see some of the photos here. I like how he's just like, I'm not going to repair it. And we're raising the rent. They put a Chipotle down the block. I'm raising the rent. That's the only level I want to be. I saw a Chick-fil-A, a Raising Cane's, and a Chipotle. We're raising the rent. It's a Costco 2 miles away. I saw your Honda Civic pull in. I know you're going to drive that. We'll raise the rent. It was believed that the landlords wanted to create living conditions horrible enough to force everyone to leave so that he could renovate and sell the building at a higher value. Did you like that? You don't like it? Leave! You know what he's going to do to sell for a higher value? He's going to go to Home Depot and be like, what's the cheapest steak? And they're like, that one? He's like, I'll take like 12 of them. That's what they eat. No special. Painted over. They crack the wall. All right, it's good to go. One man comes to condition stating, quote, imagine waking up in the middle of the night with smoke throughout the building and the smell of burning oil because of a boiler that was never maintained. Imagine fighting cancer and not having heat and water.
There was just for a rent put out of our bank account every month. And then we got no heat for 5 days every week. 3 days of heat.
Like, there's a new Thai curry place open on the block. We're raising the rent. The bodega on the corner just became organic. We're raising the rent. You can now buy organic Doritos from the bodega, edible and head sandwich. We're raising the rent. To avoid getting caught and forced to fix his building's many problems, he would forge documents regarding proof of upkeep and even listed other associates of ownership documents so it couldn't be tied back to him. What a greasy little man. Okay, it's just like, I crafted this thing with AI, and I signed it, and I also signed it in my dead niece's name, so people will never know that it is me. I'm Daniel. I am raising the rent. According to a DA, there was an instance in which the ceiling was so damaged that it collapsed and injured a small child.
And when I went to the room, the ceiling had collapsed over. And thankfully, it wasn't a major injury, but I mean, it hit his head.
It's just on a child. She's like, were you jumping around? Is this because I raised the rent? He was then sent back to prison a second time for a 60-day sentence after he failed to complete repairs at 2 properties that were ordered by the court. Actual slumlord behavior. I don't have it. If I have to repair, I'm raising the rent. When the man was sent to jail, residents of 2 of the Washington Heights buildings brought together to push the city to let them own the property as a tenant-owned co-op. You're going to let them live in this loft nest? All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when they have to raise the rent. Then you turn into a different story when they become the landowner, all right? They received tons of support from city council members, and a conversation began about helping to set up proper financing for renovations, as well as giving them community ownership of the city. News came out that he was punched in the face soon after being arrested, which was applauded by all of them. Just a little chair on top. He got arrested and told to beat the hell out of him, and everyone's just like, yeah. Because so what am I going to do? My hands are tied. I only have 700 other buildings in New York City. Okay. All right. So this is where all officially barbarians. The Mongolians have come back, and this is now China. It's like, what are you talking about, Daniel? And the guy next to him is just like, stop your crying. Like, so they're in the same prison cell. Daniel's like, I'll buy you a new stove. Oh. You Daniel Shalom. Yeah, that is really bad. Yeah, I think there's ethical ways of also just being like, I have to raise this. Property value is going up. whatever. I need to make my end too. Maybe there is an ethical way of being a landlord. I don't know. Especially whenever I was living in like lower income housing and stuff, where those are always the worst, at least in my experience. And then you would have to put down a huge deposit for cleaning, and you never got it back. At the beginning, when you move into an apartment, take pictures of all the stuff. You're like, hey, there's this, you don't get charged with that. And at the end, the woman sent back the pictures that we took at the beginning of our stay that was clean and looked like that was clean. They said, oh, well, these are the things we have to clean if you're not being your contract. And we were like, that's pictures we took 12 months ago. And they just like, and they just ghosted us. And what can you do? At the end of the day, you have to like live with it, just being like, well, there goes like a $300 to $500 deposit or whatever. And I think that's what they get you too. It's just like, once again, I'm talking on my ass, but I'm still like, nah. Easily. Like, it's just some shit where it's like, well, the blinds are messed up. Like, that's $30 blinds on top of a fucking $1,200 deposit or whatever. But, you know, landlords can be creeps. So let's talk about some creepy landlords. Such as a landlord who hides cameras in the women's room. That's have to be such a compliment. That's also why, like, if I stay in a hotel and stuff, I'll put, like, bags like little stuff like that where I've seen in shows where, like, oh, there's a camera there. I've seen so much stuff. I'm freaked out by it. I'm creepy. I'm not gonna shit about anybody like thing like my TikTok or anything like that, but I'm just like, it's just weird feeling like somebody like taking that video and they're doing whatever with it. Yeah, coughing loogies in my hand and going to town on my coughing, ordering DoorDash, not washing my hands and eating Subway. That can't get out there. In 2025, Edward Ramirez Dijadio, a landlord from Palm Beach County, was arrested after he hit a camera on the ceiling of an apartment that was renting out to a female tenant. Always a firewall, I'll let you anything. She'd only been living there for a few days before her boyfriend noticed her bright green light coming up. He's like, have you not noticed this? It's a smoke alarm and he fits good. Help me here. He brought it up to Edward, who claimed it was a device that strengthened the Wi-Fi signal. Suspicious, she asked him to cover it with a piece of tape. He ended up just using a small piece to cover up just the blinking light. She thought something strange was going on and removed the device to find that there was an SD card inside of it that stored various photos of her in the room. The man was charged with digital voyeurism with a bond set to $7,500. I like to sweep up these pictures for a second just to be like, come on, you're Palm Beach. Like, hey, you want to come check out that deal? Be like, I think I'm going to pass. Also, what's creepy about that too, how many people have he got? How many times do these landlords, they're like, they show you the place all night. You get these rushers in there, and they just have people come in, you know? She's right back there. Ooh, there's no toilet paper, I'll go run and get some. Just sit there and wait. That's how they decide who they're going to rent it out. Yeah, whoever takes the smelliest shit, that's what they're going to. Or you talk about a landlord who stole some tenants' lingerie. See the picture. Like how he's just like, I just don't know what it's wrong. That's what his face looks like. Oh, it smells good. Is it a crime for me for things to smell good? It's like, no, the crime they stole it. It's like, okay. News to my ear. In 2021, a 45-year-old landlord from Ohio named Ivan Rock was accused of illegal and disgusting behavior by one of his female tenants. According to the victim, she had seen Rock's behavior shift to become more aggressive and menacing over time. Jesus. And at one point, she returned to her home to find him sleeping on her couch, naked. Naked. This isn't my house. Darn it. She returned home to find that Ivan had come into her place to leave her brand new lingerie as well as condoms for her. Eventually, he wanted her out of the house, calling her to say that he already packed all of her belongings. She came home and noticed that she was missing a digital camera as well as a pair of lingerie. The one he gave. Sorry, I took back my gift, dude. The unappreciated gift. She told police that she became terrified of the man to the point of committing to leave out of fear for what he might be next. After talking to the police, Rock was arrested on charges of menacing and petty theft charges, and his bond was set to $2,500. What about the naked incident? Okay, so there's no goofy things. That's all he got charged for was just being like, they took some of her pay. What else was on our couch naked? They're like, we didn't hear that part. All right, now here's $2,500 for your bond with Rock. In any case, the issue between squatters and landlords is a complex one that I will not get involved in. I'm not open that I get involved. I'm not doing that. Yeah. There are extreme cases, sure, but in reality, most people just want to roof over their heads and there's a place to stay and feel safe and not be priced out. So you do have to be a landlord of these little people that are just like, I have to raise the rent. At least make the places terrible to live in. Don't be putting cameras in there and stealing lingerie, showing up naked to your tenant's house, that kind of thing. I feel like that's at least enough of a heinous. Okay, fine. And also, get the deposit back. I have to get a cleaning guy in here. I mean, it's going to take him he's going to be here all day. Yeah, but it's probably going to cost $1,700. Probably. Never mind. Okay, kill your landlord. I'll see you next time.
The old magic still thrives.
Back to the public channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about disgusting people doing disgusting things. It's not safe. Kevin is living on top of the dog. He doesn't even understand. The cooking is right around the corner. You know, getting things nice and organized. Throwing out some of the unused junk. That which I'm a hoarder. I mean, hey, you never know. But today I wanted to take time to talk about one of my favorite things. People collecting trash and being unable to throw things away because emotionally they are connected to them somehow. I love the idea. I'm unable to throw away a bucket. Your mind gets attached to a bucket. Oh, fun. Dead rat. Like that. You're like, I need it. I can't live without this bucket. Hoarding disorder. You've never heard of hoarding? This is what it is. There is a misconception that hoarders are simply lazy people who don't want them clean or organized.
This druid has seen better days. At least he died in a place he loved. Or some such nonsense.
Skeletal sniper. Skeletal snipers do high damage but have low life. With arm, flame, skeletal warriors. Skeletal sniper.
has been abducted. That bastard tyrant Praetor Draven. He's taken my family hostage. They're being held somewhere beyond these gates. I never thought he would stoop this low. I sent for reinforcements, but it's been so long.
I don't take orders from you, but I do love cemeteries. Putrefy!
Another for my collection. Thank you.
Skeletal warriors have high defense but don't do much damage. Use them to shield yourself or other minions in your army. Skeletal minions revive automatically, so long as no other minions have died recently. Skeletal snipers do high damage but have low life.
I will treasure it.
skeleton used arm flame wall arm with killing palm equipped. Monsters will display these blue indicators when they are low on life. Use killing palm to dash to these monsters and cull them for an instant kill. Use skeletal warriors have skeletal snipers. Use escape. Skeletal snipers do high damage.
Hello.
improvement.
Skeleton. Use a skeletal. Use armor with skeletal warriors have high defense but don't do much damage. Use them to shield yourself, or skeletal snipers do high damage but have low life.
from here. Sacrificials.
My love, I call to you. Forever!
Right of the full moon.
My love, I call to you.
I answer your call.
I hate to put down a sister witch, but you...
Monsters that die while infected. Essence Drain is a projectile that deals chaos damage over time. This damaging debuff can be spread with the contagions.
had it coming.
Sorry, I was just... Yes?
my eyes again. At last, it's open! Praise the first ones! What is this? Graves! Isabel, Torko, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
Putrefy! Your dreary little tale is over, old man.
Monsters that die while infected with contagion will spread the infection to nearby enemies. The damage of a contagion increases each time.
You found the...
Because...
What?
Yes.
So if we are to...
Name for...
Hello. Yes? Oh, I like this one. Bye. Another for my collection. Thank you. Stay safe, if you can. Keep it full. May it keep you fighting. Stay safe, if you can.
How can I help? How can I?
Time to change plan.
Hello. Goodbye. Oh, I like this one. Stay safe, if you can.
Life and death are well balanced here. Disgusting. Wither away.
I'll see. Day. Maybe something's wrong. Though it is full of skeletons.
He's a devious one.
So, something's wrong. Please.
Monsters that die while infected with contagion will spread the infection.
I don't know how to. It's in my. I don't know how to. It's in my. May it serve you well. Hello. I will treasure it. It seems shadows haunt us both. Hello. Hello. Ah. Ah. Girls' loot. But dear me, what a desperately boring home. found my... I think I shall be...
I guess now she'll start playing songs.
Goodbye. It seems shadows haunt us both.
darkest corner is ablaze.